All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am, as always, your host, Lore Runner, as played by the Lore Runner. So, let's just jump right into it, shall we? Oh, and good morning, camper. Big pudding and Zed Slayer. Mistress Vana, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two in the upper sky. We're way up here, aren't we? Look at this. Person's name is Unhurried Observer. Yeah. The door leads into the Thalassai, but perhaps we could trouble this person for assistance with finding Glenn. Mistress Vana, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, no need for fanfare. I just wish to speak with Galene, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galene, of course. I'll inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of weight. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. There is actually a fake lore runner on Twitch, yeah. It's been a source of irritation for years.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
I mean, yeah, actually.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Apparently we're a good storyteller, who knew?
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
That is an interesting question.
Pray forgive my lateness.
But we don't even get to answer it.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The site left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though.
There's this thing called peer review.
He often returns to that aisle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we could safely conclude Hermes hasn't revealed the details of his research to others, which suggests that someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more likely possibilities. Proceeding that under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate from our star. I mean, yeah, there's such a thing as doing things by accident. That's you know, believe it or not. Tomato juice to go with our fish. Sounds like a terrible combo. There we go. Cool. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what research drives. Of what his research is. Galene said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the island question. While we're en route here. Umbral Magnus asks, since you've now completed all the class quests, which class from each role has the best story? So, Tank is easy, Dark Knight. Let's see, Healer? Scholar. From Melee DPS, yeah, that's just straight up Dragoon. That's not even a question. From Physical Ranged DPS, I suppose that would be Machinist. And from Magical Ranged DPS, actually torn a little on that one. But either Black Mage or Summoner, I would say. One of the two. Summoner bounces around in quality. A lot. Oh yeah, and of the limited classes, obviously it would be Beastmaster. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Nobody actually likes Chemist, and the Chemist story is terrible. It's literally just 3-hour unskippable cutscenes. Back to back to back, of doing this. Measure, 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 measure. And that's it. That's the whole cutscene. It's terrible. Have you means to fly? Nope. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Here! And all of a sudden you have flying. Oh, hello, Argos. My friend, should I creating a double to carry Lori over to that island? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not traveled, and yet he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. You've ridden him before. Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. In fact, the reason he probably immediately recognized us in the future was, yeah. Speaking here now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos you're worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You? Teach me? Seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Alright. Choose your battlefield. Admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll wait you at the clearing yonder. Yeah, no, she's probably going to curb stomp me here. And thank you, Trafin. I will put that towards Mech Warrior 5. Wait, will I put that towards Mech Warrior 5? I will. Okay, cool. Yeah, Argos is just so bloodthirsty, which suits because Heidelin herself, excuse me, Vana herself is so bloodthirsty, which is why Heidelin is so bloodthirsty and... Oh, you get it. I mean, it totally is, Alex. I like, that game I can't think of the name of. Injustice 2, specifically 2. But a lot of the fights are actually silly. It's like, alright, we need to fight. Why? Because I don't like your hairdo. Now that we've fought, let's continue. It's... That was...
Let neither side hold back.
Well, if you insist.
My blade sings!
Okay. I love that she's a paladin, by the way.
My blade sings!
And of course, Aveline would be good in a fight, so that makes perfect sense.
Impressive.
I don't recognize the
I shall have to try
cosmetic.
something different.
Not saying much coming from me.
No quarter.
She just switched to Dancer. Sorry, I've been paying careful attention because I don't want to screw this up, but... Don't hold back or anything. Try to kill me here. Here's a question. Can you fail this fight?
Easily overcome, but neither will I.
Great. Ow. He's a white mage now, consequently. You can hold back a little bit, Bomb. I won't complain, I swear. Yeah, I got hit by one of those. Damn it! A little faster than I was expecting.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
Damn it, Eveline! Damn it, I've already killed Zodiark. What more do you want from me?
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Damn it! I was actually thinking earlier I would not want to do this as anything other than a DPS tank. Which I guess at this point is all of them, but still, point remaining. Oh no, this is 87. I don't know. Come on! Also, do you notice this is an agape? I'm literally killing her love. Oh yeah, imagine doing this as a black mage. Someone in chat, I did this as black mage. I'm so sorry. Ah. The agape, of course, moves faster than the other ones, because of course it does. Oh my god! Come on! First one I left around. What, one through.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
She really is just the 3 classes. That's interesting. White Mage, Dancer, and Paladin. It's a hell of a combo. It also means she's a tank who heals people's souls, who heals people's bodies.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Are you sure? I could do this all day. Oh God, kill me. Ah, Jesus Christ. Ah.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Ah! Dogs! I mean dog, but...
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you.
He really is bloodthirsty.
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Yeah, I'll see you again in about 12 millennia. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Matea made their departures in the night sky. With luck, we'll learn something of Hermes' intentions. I mean, you remember on the moon, right? He sought us out. We didn't seek Argos out. He was just like, oh, hey, it's you! My hope is that we have no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. So based on the usual pacing, this is when everything's about to go badly. Although, in this case, we actually know exactly how things are going to go badly, because we already know it's coming, for once. I will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over. Sure, we'll go ahead and catch the currents. Oh, hey, speaking of which, there's one right here! What do you know? You're cheeky, game. I got the current. You know what? I can't remember the last time he carried anyone but me. About 12 millennia from now. Here's something. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay. Argos motions to his back with a muzzle. Huh? Okay. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noetophoreon. Very striking specimen, is it not? I keep being drawn to that thing up there, because I'm sure it's only coincidental, but if you look at the layout of this place, it's kind of vaguely, but not quite, similar to the Kingdom of Zeal, and that would be the Palace of Zeal. In pretty much the exact same position it would be back in Zeal.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Depending on how you define it, I've time-traveled several times.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are we about to get even more time-travel-y powers?
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
Yeah, she's about to explain the echo.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
Memory crystals, etc.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
It follows the general grooves idea that a lot of Square Enix games use, including the entire Kingdom Hearts series. And hey, it's an echo.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
That is fast as hell.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Hold up. 108? Yeah, no, the 108 Stars of Destiny. I was right. Okay.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last.
Probably more likely a reference to whatever Suikoden was referencing, because I'm pretty sure Suikoden got the 108 from something else.
Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Well, we found this thing called Lavos.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Okay, I'm kind of joking, but I want you to think about something real quick. We do know that Omega's people are grand-scale conquerors. So...
Utterly unlike... How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
No.
And how are you supposed to eat them?
That's your fault, dude.
Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Yeah, we learned Echo rank 2. You can now control the Echo.
So, what is your opinion?
You want to know my opinion about what we just learned? The thought actually occurred to me last night while I was playing Borderlands 3 with my friends. That, since Rex already said this out loud, rather than Medion being Lavos, it could be that she found Lavos, which is actually kind of worse, if you think about it. Mose, Alex.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
Yep.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident.
That's what PAX is playing, Alex.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Someone mentioned this yesterday, and it's fascinating to me that literally everyone involved has been automatically presuming that Type 1 time travel is not at play. Have you noticed that? Everyone has been assuming this is Type 2, we can change it, or Type 3, we can make a new one. Nobody assumes that this all already happened before. Except me. You get my point.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we stand to do worse than look at the Hyperborea. Oh my god. The largest facility. Let me guess, that's the frickin' palace. Yeah. I wonder, Lord, for an institution which claims to so studiously research every species destined for release in the world, do you not question how they find room for them on so few islands? The answer lies within Ktisis itself. I touched upon the practice before at the archives. There's a vast area stitched out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of the facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there within the sprawling habitats the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neas north of the... I'm gonna need a moment before he starts shoving Greek down my throat, alright? It's probably faster to do this. Poetinoikos, there we go. mean, I wouldn't mind some Greek food, I'll be honest. In fact, I'm sincerely debating ordering some today. Well, yeah, his experiment wasn't complete yet, Alex, and there's no peer review because why would they need to have peer review? Good. Neas acknowledge you as a guest. You should now have authority to use it as you wish. This way. Goes back into that old idea of, I believe, best phrased, it only takes one. Is that a behemoth? That is... It's a proto-behemoth, but it's still a behemoth. And it's smaller than me, which is weird. Imagine looking down on a behemoth. I have talked about that camper, and I do think it's a good idea. Frankly, I think they should do it more. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside, ask her for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hi, Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk. Furthermore, we've confirmed his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Medion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, neither do we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, he might have been recruited to help prevent one. Hey, they came to the exact same conclusion we did. Rather, Emmett Selk came to the same conclusion we did. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable, we failed to perceive it. What better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Man, I'll always give you this, Emmett Selk. You got a brain on you. You have a lot of flaws, but that's not one of them. Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume he either knew and was unable to help, or he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. I know, right, Rax? I wasn't joking when I said yesterday that we could have accomplished so much. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Share. You know what's really messed up about all this? One thing they keep bringing up, all three of them, is that they keep thinking there's no way Hermes could deliberately want to end the universe. Does someone in despair want to end the universe? Is there malice in despair? Or ill intent? How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence. No matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. One of my favorite tidbits of his denial earlier was the fact that one of the biggest things he focused on his denial was, I would never forsake my duty. But everything he did for the sake of his duty. And he was listening. And I'm sure I told him about that. How lovely. Our married duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emmett Selk for his practicality. Do not approach me. Do not speak to me. Do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. I think time for my leisurely exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Medion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down, we can teleport to the... Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Hythlodaeus is our old new friend. Emmett Selk is our ancient friend. I hope I'm right about something else, too. I'm not even going to say what. I don't even care if it's good writing. I just kind of hope something happens. yes, we are, Scion. Emmett! And he's like, go away. Misopsis Euros is interesting in that it's the only region in which Elpis lacks... Oh my god. Is interesting in that it is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I've also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that... Well, let's just say that no one should live near the Naos, which provides access to a certain facility. Yeah, we're on the final island now. Well, it looks like the final island. What, you expect to praise you in your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying Vana is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics, in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motive somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor put it, she's a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time so distant. It's an interesting way to talk about her, but whatever, okay. They're close by within the Hungarian Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see up ahead. Well then, Lore, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But his creations here are not exact... Yeah, well, maybe Holor can handle him. He did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I suppose. So yeah, what's up with the, plants? I'm not sure what word to use there. Like, look at those. Look at those things. Yeah, ignore the, proto-cuculain, excuse me. I don't get their water fixation. I mean, Greece, but... Lore, where'd you come from? That's a long question, actually. What are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk company. We need to have a chat. Important matter, and unrelated to my decision as Fandaniel. I will come as soon as my work is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you really should wait outside the garden. There's no place for idle exploration. Okay. I know you don't understand what the word hurry means, but hurry. They have a tendency, you may notice I tend to find those relatively quickly. In fact, I did that yesterday too. They have a tendency, whenever there's a circle, to put them in one of two generic spots. One is basically, how do I describe it? One is like right here, and the other's right here. And those are the first two spots I always check. He happened to be in the second one. If you were noticing, I actually went to the first one first. I don't know how to describe it. It's like forward and right, or way forward and left. I remember when I was circling that town looking for the person to give the chai tea. That was a forward and left, too. What is that ghastly odor? Yeah, don't ask. Prepared to swoop in if need be, but it's clear you face your fair share of monstrous opponents. I've been to space! And you know what? I can say that where you can't! It's the one thing I actually have on all of you, is I've been to space! You spoke with Hermes, then? We're briefly entangled by the denizens of the Hungarian Gardens as well. I see, or I should say I smell. I cannot speak for the certain convocation members, but everyone impressed with your fortitude. Well done. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon turn out for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to beat the Emet who would For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet who would recreate Amarad in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it our future or your past, assuming yours is not written in stone. Naive hope, though that is. God, I hope I'm wrong and right about different things. Why am I always so forward-thinking? I just wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. I was preparing to swoop in at... Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I am your king! The Lich King! If this is Guild Wars 2, I could say I've died! I could actually say that in WoW, too, now that I think about it. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait until he emerges. I mean, if you think about it, a Lich would be uniquely qualified to explore space. No need for radiation protection, you know.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yeah.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
Christ, how do I summarize such a thing? Okay. I'm from the future. We'll just start with that.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
I don't like this application of music.
The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Pretend I just played Lavos' Cry again.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
Which is why the sound comes from the earth.
According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
You know, quick aside, I'm really glad that we were paying attention all those times Y'shtola, and Arianje, and the Watcher, and I forget her name, but she's awesome. We're all lecturing us on all this stuff so we could share it with these people, you know? I mean, we all say we're dumb, but clearly we're not Nadana, thank you. Because imagine for a moment a story in which a moron, like, I don't know, Marty McFly is the one who time travels, and they have to then explain time travel to someone else.
If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh my god. Do
not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
We're literally about to... Oh my...
To hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
This is terrible timing, I just want you to know that. Or extremely good timing, depending how you think of it.
Please, be friends.
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Of course it affects us directly.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
Also, if you don't need to doubt our willpower,
Gone?
we just got hit in the face with the despair wave. You caught that, right? Right in the face, and we didn't turn. That's impressive if you think about it. Hurts like hell, but we didn't turn. Yeah, that was just boom, right there. Bam!
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Does anybody care about me over here?
Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
No.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
And credit where credit is due, Emmett Selk is on this. I mean, all of them are. So that sucks. This song, really? Whatever. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a tiny person responsible for the end of the world. Aha! No, I've strained my senses to the limit, but found nothing. You must calm your mind. You must hear it. You must feel her voice. All right, let's see if I can do this. That was just right in the face. I just... Yeah, no, I caught that. Hear, feel, think. I also caught the "it's all wrong" thing from the Crystal Tower. Although, I should say that out loud to make sure people are catching it on the VOD and whatnot. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Hermes must never know the truth of what I have learned. Speaking of that whole Cthulhu thing... So, at the end of the Crystal Tower, there was a Morse code message, I believe? It's all wrong. And that's just been kind of dangling there for years, I think. Yep. Yeah. We were once... So, yeah, to explain, we keep talking about the 3 different tenets of Lovecraftian horror. One of them is simply knowing a thing it causes pain. Knowing the thing is harmful simply by virtue of knowing it. And we certainly seem to be drifting into that direction here. Also, you notice this is once again the in and left thing. Assuming this is it. Nope. It's telling you, they have a pattern for these. Greetings and salutations. Which are you? What are you? Commencing report. No, please don't. Oh no, I can't tell them that. We must run. We must run far away. You... Adion? Okay, so I'm going to say something really horrible. You know what would have actually probably been best in this scenario? If we just sort of destroyed Medion right now, before she could relay exactly what she knew. Think about it for just a second. Like, I know, I get it, that's horrible. But yeah, this we probably need to shut down external communication to the hub and lock it in. And yeah, you notice she is desperately trying to stay away from us, so she cannot share whatever it is she has learned. She does not want to infect us with whatever she has felt. Another trick they like to do is they like to hide things just out of sight from the position you will be coming from. It's an excess of futility. You have to be the one to find her, Lord. Follow her voice. Definitely a net negative, too. Yeah, what did she learn? So I'm just demonstrating this. So we came from that direction, right? So you notice how this follows both tenets. Forward and to the left, and it's behind a tree. I bet you money this is the one right here. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, then, you know, whatever. This isn't always true. But I'm right. I'm telling you, there's a pattern. Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Everything out here, it's cat girls as far as the eye can see. And yeah, waking up Azathoth would be problematic. Entire city on a coastal area for some reason. I'm making light because this is probably extremely horrific. Yes, Azathoth is dreaming reality. That's why Azathoth waking up would be problematic. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Theros. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Lord, you mustn't listen. She really doesn't want to give this report. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Any sign of Meteon? Yeah, she keeps saying she can't give a report. Panicked and confused, which makes it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Metea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. How did you build that? I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access the shared consciousness of theirs? That's a good idea. Which is how you would approach any sentient being, directly. In Metea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track Metea we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Lord of the Rings uses the phrase, "It's all wrong," to good effect. Best set our musings aside and concentrate how we might find her. That's an odd camera angle. Hermes. Stay with me, Hermes. Granted search will fail its level. We must be clever about this. It's a shame there's no registered concept we could use to create another Meteon. Assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind. But no, if that were a viable solution, Hermes would surely have suggested it. In the final days, Ether is twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star, its progress intensified by feelings of fear, despair, and anguish. I like not the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. So, hey, everyone. I'm not going to explain this at all, but am I the only one being rather strongly reminded of Xenoblade right now? Oh, my dear Meteon. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? What could it possibly be? It's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to decide what my reaction will be if it actually turns out to be Lavos. If they really do go that way with it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Medion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? So, could we not disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emmet Selk solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Lore will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains the likely location, you will reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. This is such a bad idea! Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards the left. We're going towards a place called the Lethe. Okay. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Lauren Emmet Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while others will predict and obstruct Medion's avenues of escape. Leth. It's... So, I forget the exact Greek mythology, but it was a river whose waters made you forget. And it's been used to interesting effect over the years, and... Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Medion and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. I can do that. You're gonna call me the Warrior of Light for no reason. I forget if it's Leth or Lethe. Hang on. It should be Lethe, but give me a second. Of course there's no pronunciation guide. Whatever. It should be Lethe, because it's Greek. But I've heard it said as Leth a lot, which is why I keep defaulting to that. I usually default to what I hear. Nothing this way? We try another route then. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. I'll just have to hide where no one can find me. She went to the lake as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least the open expanse should make her easy to find. We won't lose her this time. Be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Don't even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I'll feed you to a remora. Okay, okay. Over here then. Run, Emmet Selk, run! It's a remora. The most terrifying of all foes. Sure, a good thing that we canonically have really good perception, am I right? I feel like she might be here. I forget what it is, but there's something somewhere where they have Leth alcohol. Where they brew alcohol from the water from the rivers. I'm not here. I'm not here. Please. Where the rock is she? Very well. Why? What? Why can't I hide? So the second dialogue option is, we will hear your report, good or bad. You know the great irony of it? we, the Warrior of Light, are probably better suited to hear that report than everyone else on the face of this planet at this point in time. We've faced horror, pain, death, loss. We just got hit in the face with the despair wave a minute ago. In the face with it. I don't think anybody else could even begin to take it. We talked about this earlier in a different function. You know, when you don't have a concept of time or anything, you know, you don't really have a concept of hurrying, and it's the same thing here. If you don't have a concept of horror, how do you deal with it? So I'm not going to pick that. Well, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him. His poor, fragile heart. And now she's just running the old-fashioned way. Now we have a chance. Once the other's in position, two of us can herd her into their midst. What's my prediction of what she found? I can think of 3 separate things, all of which are equally horrifying. Thing number 1. She found something just like the horrible. Something like Lavos, the Omega's creators, endless devastation, war, hell, it's hellscapes, etc. Right? Like, she finds something horrible. That's option number 1. Yeah, she finds Warhammer 40k. Yeah, the frickin' Brethren moons, whatever. Option 2. She found something that was indescribable. This is the Cthulhu thing. You know, the idea that she found something that is so horrific that simply understanding it or knowing it is causing her issues, and she doesn't want that to spread. Option 3, which I think is most likely, she found nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah. One of the solutions to the Fermi paradox is there really is nothing out there. It is one of the answers to the Fermi paradox. That there really is no other life, or no other sentient, sapient, intelligent life. That we are truly alone in a gargantuan, beyond description cosmos. Is this naos not in use? Seem to be left on the mercy of the elements. Either way, there's no trace of her essence. We must move on. Okay. And I'm not sure which of those 3 things would be more horrifying. Because all 3 of those things are horrifying. And would probably crack someone. Especially someone that innocent. They mentioned the centuries range, Rax, but that's the only information we've had on time so far. I've been paying attention, very close attention, because I've been trying to get a feel for the timeline here. We know they sent out 108. Ah-ha-ha. Do I think Emmett Selk is well suited to listen to the report? No. Vana and Hythlodaeus would be better suited to that report than he is. Emmett Selk didn't take our report well. Which he knew was true, I feel like adding. They actually re-emphasized the "you can't lie to us" thing a minute ago. So he knows we were telling the truth, and he still facepalm, not facepalm, full-faced denied it. Just right up there, like, nope, 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 nope. Oh, I was wrong. Holy crap. It's my first predicted location that's actually been wrong this whole sequence. The next one will be around this tree up here. Oh, go away. No? Oh, wow. Okay. To the edge, then. Here's a random thought. Which of those three options would most horrify you in real life? There's the Lavos, there's Azathoth, or there's nothing.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Yeah, I know this is going to probably say a lot about my mentality, but 3 wouldn't bother me at all. One is really bad. 2 is extraordinarily bad. Then again, I lean far more towards the idealism side of the idealism versus nihilism, scale. So that's, like I said, that's just kind of me.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
Bread with no toppings, Tim. Tears.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please,
That'd be me.
please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
Alright, here it is. 1, 2, or 3.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence.
So, I know this sounds like 3, but actually to me this feels like 1. I know I keep bringing up Omega's people, but Omega's people, right? We know that there are extrastellar conquerors out there who sweep planets on grand scale.
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
So there's actually a real-life theory about sentient life. I forget what it's called. Please forgive me. Some of you probably know this. It's the idea that any sentient life goes one of two paths once it gets to a certain level of development. It gets advanced enough to destroy itself, or advanced enough to get past that, to develop enough internally, societally, culturally, to not destroy itself.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed?
Thank you for immediately cutting to the heart of the matter, Emmett Selk.
To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
I love that. I love how he immediately figures out the core problem with this.
But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Thank you.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes.
I mean, this isn't bad writing, because it makes so much sense in a society this negligent. I know that's a weird word to use for a society that does take so much careful care for everything, but if you think about it, think how little safeguards these people have. Think how few backups they have. I don't think they even understand the concept of a backup. Right? I mean, why would we need a backup? It's never failed. So, think about how negligent they are. And it all makes perfect sense why someone could just randomly do this for no good reason, which is why I mentioned Xenoblade earlier.
Meteon.
Meteon, disconnect. I also want to reference Horizon Zero Dawn here.
Right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain.
Because again, I'm not going to spoil Jack, but for those of you who've played Horizon Zero Dawn, you know?
Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
If I can share, if you don't mind. I'm going to paraphrase this because I don't remember the exact wording. I exist, man shouted to the universe. I acknowledge, says the universe, but I do not find a reason to care.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
A lot of bird motif going on. Wind power.
You fool!
You idiot. You colossal idiot. What is this? Hang on, let me do this. Lol. If all Hermes needs to do is listen to Meteon's report, it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answer to his question, what then? The fate of the world may well hinge on the choices he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. My goodness. But yes, sorry, many people said it in chat, but on the off chance people are listening to this or watching this who are not listening, the Great Filter is the name of that theory. Also, there's actually a sub-theory of the Great Filter. The sub-theory is that the Great Filter is absolute. In other words, there is no such thing as a species that can last eternally, that all species will eventually destroy themselves. Which, for the record, I don't actually agree with, but why, Hermes, why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage your pain when you feel a creation is turned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed creation to the stars, you may have one late day learned to be at peace upon this one. Caging the messenger. Ha ha ha. Considering the expansive dimensions in that place, yeah, he's going to the TARDIS area. Even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is when he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this planet takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vana, Lore. It's clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. Off we go. So, I'm keeping a thought about time travel quiet because I have a theory which I can't prove or disprove yet. It's pure speculation. But don't worry, I will absolutely share it the moment I am proven right or wrong, and it will be before we finish. It'll be when we finish this zone, almost guaranteed. Somewhere around there. Yeah. Org members up here. Judging from the crowd, something's afoot. I must like the look of this. I saw it not out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? Yeah, machinist, apparently. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Katisis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Katisis put it in a state of alert. Procedure dictated we evacuate immediately and have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes is doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail, exactly? A field of dampening magic draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Thesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capacity. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter regardless. Urgent. I'm amazed you have a concept of that, to be completely blunt. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not likely to be at our fighting best. I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my vision. And you will put your talent to good use. You are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Yeah, Prompto, let's go! Fairly skilled. Now you've got to raise everyone's expectations. So we have a paladin who is also... Oh my god, she's a tank, a DPS, and a healer. I can't believe that just clicked with me. You will only need to make most of your strength, and I will fill the gaps as required. I'm right, aren't I? I was once a Zem, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. Yeah, I take it I'm doing this dungeon without players, aren't I? UM itself can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing. You can also channel that power in a protective manner if you choose to. Well, yes, if the situation calls for it. Your tale let us hear, Lord. It's only right you lead us now. Yeah, I'll tank. And we will face the future together. So yeah, let's see how trusts work in action. Ctisis Hyperborea. I said that Hermes was perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Ctisis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise indicate. But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not with Vana and Emmett Selk at your side. I'll be there too, cheering you on. Bleak as the contents of Medion's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion, my own refusal to return his opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. Oh, nice, Dakota. No, I haven't actually heard that one. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations, and in spite of this, I've gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether has largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands I apprehend Medion, and now that means facing Hermes as well, and so be it. Yeah, I know. You are quite committed. I don't even have the trust thing hotkeyed because I use it so little. There it is. So, yeah, so I need to be in... Do I do it here? How do I do this? I haven't done this in so long. Okay, there we go. Form party. Form party. Alright. The Soul Seer, the Third Seat, and the All-Rounder. God. And I am the tank. Okay. So we're fighting in Zootopia now. This should be interesting.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence for the planet? Wonder no more, for here at Catisis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more our highly trained staff will uncover. Oh, you know, come here. Come here. It'll take 7 years to come here. Come here. You like lava-infused lions, right? Yeah, I'll be paying attention to chat. Vana says, whoop, whoop, whoop. Vana says, it seems he's determined to protect Medion. Which Emmett Selk says, aye, a right bother this is gonna be.
Have a taste!
I'm trying really hard not to grin. I'm actually embarrassed how long it took me to put that together. So go ahead and make fun of me if you want. What's funny is you heard me. I was actually mentioning the significance of the 3 classes that she played and pondering it, and then I just kind of got distracted and moved on from it. Like we saw that. I was paying attention. White mage, paladin, dancer. And yeah, I know several people have already mentioned that Emmett is a dark knight or a black mage. I wonder what he does if he's a healer. I noticed he is actually all 3 specs.
Out of my way!
He's not. Then the interface lied to me. Because it clearly showed all 3 characters on, or all 3 colors on his selector.
Be gone!
By the way, I don't know if I've been showing it off properly, but Emmett Selk has a custom animation. I'm trying to figure out which spell it is that he's doing that's doing it. It's not lightning. It's not whatever that was. Although Hythlodaeus is a frickin' bard. I'm sure you caught that. But anyways, he's doing the snap as one of his casting animations. But it looks like it's only for one of his spells. I'm not sure which. Ah, I see it now. Different indicator. I'm gonna have to go verify that, though. I still don't believe you. Or rather, I just want to see something else, that's all. No, so I didn't even see the icons in the UI until Rax pointed them out just now. So that's not even what I was looking at. Aha! The icon does have 3 colors. That's what I was looking at. Which I've only seen once before, which is Garaha. And I suppose arguably Vana, but you get the point. Yeah, you see the picture Zensler just linked? Look at the icon next to the name. It's clearly blue, green, red. That's what I was looking at. I'm glad someone noticed what I was looking at. Look, I don't do trusts, okay? Trusts suck. Whoop, hello.
I see you opening.
Really?
I see you opening.
It's his, oh, what's it called? It's the Xenoglossy attack.
I'm not entirely useless.
That's what he's doing with the snap. By the way, I just feel like commenting on this. Did you notice how... Yeah, there, right there. He just did it. And he just did it again. They specifically mentioned that there's an ether dampening field around here, which helps to explain why they're fighting at our level. But hang on, that also means it's not affecting us. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. Well, then we have no choice but to force our way. Yeah, here we have Lisa.
I see you opening.
Well, there's hide and seek, and now we apparently got frostbite and seek, so that's cute. She was trying to hide from us. Shame about the telltale footprints, though. Ha! They can apparently still teleport in here. Or at least blink.
Out of my way!
Oh dear, this fellow seems Alright, hang on. I must say, this is a promising concept. We do not well to be confounded, though. What is that thing? Wow, that's not being tracked in chat at all. I'm going to have to pay attention. Come on, do more deeps, Vana. Jesus, green deeps, green deeps. White horse. I'm in a dungeon with them itself. I mean, there's other people too, I guess. I guess there's other people here.
Out of my way!
I really did not. No, pedal over. I'm also thinking too much about this fight. I probably shouldn't be. Oh! I have 3 ammo now. That's interesting. It's taking a really long time to load, Scion. Holy crap. There we go. Ah! Nice. What if we really are the warrior of balance? I've talked a lot about our large battery, and it's been well established in canon that we have a huge ether battery. What if we have a huge dynamis battery, too? It would certainly explain a lot about Omega, to name one example. Yeah, it might also not have a battery. In fact, in my mind, admittedly, it would be more like we have a large pipe. Remember, as we mentioned, ether also has throughput, pipe size. So there's battery size and there's pipe size. So it's entirely possible Dynamis only has pipe size. Which would still track. And yeah, this would explain a lot, in all honesty.
Have a taste!
Out of my way!
True stone skin. Just... Yep.
I'm warning you! Stay away!
Nice.
I see you up here.
Also, Emmett Self just said, warn us all you like, we're coming regardless. Why couldn't this be voice acted? Sorry. It would make sense, Rex. In fact, we could probably track several people over the course of our adventures who have a large dynamis. Pipe is the accurate phrase, but it feels weird to call it that. Because the whole point is throughput. How much can happen at a single time? That's the point of a larger pipe. You could have infinite supply, but if you only have a pipe that allows 1x per y, then that's your throughput. That's the part that matters, right? And that's kind of my overall point. It wouldn't surprise me if people from our generation in general are better at dealing with dynamis, simply because it's something that we can. Let me explain this a different way. There's a theory I've heard several times that if certain types of alien life were to land on Earth, they would be screwed because of the radiation that we grew up with for millennia. Like, we're just so used to it, right? We are so accustomed as a species to dealing with certain levels of radiation and heat and all sorts of other crap that it doesn't even register for us for the most part. So, would it not make sense that most of the species on Etheris over the 12,000 years have gotten extraordinarily accustomed to using dynamis, and it's just kind of normal?
I see you up there.
Have a taste!
That being said, throughput would still be an equation there. Some people would simply have larger pipes than others. Some people would be able to conduct more dynamis than others, and that itself could explain part of why we can do so much, is because of the fact that we have such a large pipe.
of my way.
Why does Emmett Silk feel so awesome? Any analytic thoughts on why? So he's a fully fleshed out character with motives and depths, and there's bothering to put extra they bother to give him more. That's really just the core answer from an objective analytical perspective. A lot of time and effort has been spent in 2 expansions now to add motivation and mentality, reasoning, concepts, the voice acting, the body language. A lot of work has been done to try and make Emmett Silk a person. Yeah, flaws. And that is the objective answer for why I think several people like Emmett Silk. Anything past that would be purely subjective. I say without hyperbole, I've said this before, Endwalker, that Emmett Silk is actually one of my favorite Final Fantasy villains. And I stand by that. According to Mistress Lessa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf. Indeed, it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame if its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. We must make Hrothgar. No, exactly, Cashel. Dynamis actually explains a lot about this game. Now, that being said, there is one thing I don't like about Dynamis, and it's the Superman factor. Let me explain what I mean by that. People far geekier and far more versed than I actually sat down and analyzed the strength of Superman in the comics at one point in time. And after an actual in-depth, exhaustive analysis, which also included, specifically petitioning the authors for their thoughts on the matter, the net result was that Superman is as strong as he needs to be. Now, I don't mean that, metaphorically. I mean, the idea is that Supes only pushes himself to the point where he needs to go, and then no further. There's a logic behind that. If Superman pushed himself to his absolute furthest, he would quite literally crack the planet in half without meaning to. He is that strong. Yeah, it's the trope, but in universe. That's exactly correct. Now, the reason I bring this up is because, while that can be written around, and it can, that opens the door to bad writing, which is one of the reasons so many Superman stories suck. Because if you don't have to write how strong your person is, you can write them to be as strong as you need them to be, or as weak as you need them to be, and a lot of instances of cutscene incompetence are all of a sudden canon. Like happened in Stormblood, yeah, exactly. Or the Gunbreaker chain, for a more recent example. Which Soup's villain is the best villain? I mean, Luther. That's an easy answer. Luther, when he's written right, is a fantastic villain. This looks interesting. Oh, just open it up with that breaker, aren't we? And a limit break, speaking of which. Well, yeah, the distinction is that Superman arguably doesn't have a ceiling. That's why Superman would beat Goku, to be blunt. Because Superman has no ceiling, which is its own problem.
I see you, Opening.
Hythlodaeus is like, you know what? So this dungeon is absolutely getting 2 pluses to story. And I was looking at chat and looking at what Alex said, which is funny, if you think about it. Do what I thought it would do. Interesting. That's a good question. Which of these two bosses do you like more, purely mechanically, purely gameplay-wise? Pass for Constitution, but a fail for Intelligence. If this concept is submitted, I'll be certain to reject it. Keep getting gloves of other specs. Or other roles, excuse me. Yeah, I saw the spike wall.
I cannot let you take Meteion. Not yet.
Close. I can hear it in his voice. I suppose I should look at the gloves I keep getting.
Have a taste!
Not too shabby. Choker, it's a ring, that's a boot, which I can't even see right now. Nothing fancy so far. Yeah, I keep waiting for a chest piece or a helmet or a leggings or a weapon. In WoW terms, I'm waiting to see the shoulders. What's in my mood, Tim? That's the truthful answer. Well, the reason I hesitate to say I don't like ornate gear is because everyone has different definitions of ornate gear. Like, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with Rax on something here. I am rather not a fan of most of the Dragoon gear in this game, because I think it looks ridiculous. I think it's too much. But at the same time, there are several suits I am rather fond of, including the samurai gear.
I see you opening.
Have a taste!
And I can name examples from other games, but you get the idea. I mean, you have, if only briefly, seen the primary output I use of my Necromancer over in Guild Wars 2. Which is a giant chunk of metal plated together by flaming molten
I see you opening.
metal. Ugh, we are, oh.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Enough is enough, Hermes. Stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive. Remember, we're not actually in space. This is a pocket dimension situation. What do they call that? There's a term for that in Doctor Who, which other fiction has borrowed.
Out of my way!
No.
I'm not entirely useless.
Like, there's an actual geek term for it. It's bigger on the inside as the layman's term, but there's an actual phrase for that. Dimensional transcendentalism. That's it. And no, TARDIS means time and relative dimensions in space, which actually doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Anyways, that's what we're seeing here. So we're not actually in space. Sorry, Vana, you haven't been to space yet. You will go there, eventually. Hypothetically, since, you know, you built the moon. We gotta make some bunnies. What? Just trust me on this one. Bunnies, it's the way to go. Make them very British. What's a British? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll figure it out.
Have a taste.
Hypothetically, there would be no moon on this planet, yes.
Have a taste.
Ironically, just like Earth, aka the blue planet over in FF4, did not have a moon at one point in time. Because both moons were artificial. Successful creation of migratory birds which travel long continents with seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long, stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fandaniel during his tenure as Chief Overseer of Elpis. A truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. I'm sorry, did you invent the magnetic field of your planet? I mean, I myself have already posited the idea that this planet was effectively a husk before they mastered it. Oh, time to beat the snot out of Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
So far as to make himself a villain. To protect Medion, he would go so far as to transform, so far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Dust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
I see you, Orion.
Stars on high, fall as rain!
Okay, whatever. I accept. He also knows double. That's cool. On my bar.
Have at you!
Streams of ether! Surge as one!
I'm sorry, did you just cast quadruple? But I'll make this one. And I could kill Emmett Silk right here. Save us a lot of problems. I've actually liked most of the dungeons in Endwalker. Really, there's only been one so far.
It's my foe!
Yeah, Vanaspati.
My way.
Yeah, even Vanaspati got pluses, it was just story pluses instead of gameplay pluses. This one will get both.
Stars on high! All is rain!
By might and name, I shall consign all. By might and name, I shall consign all.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
Got it. Yep, I'm just getting hit by that. That's just life.
Do not underestimate me.
No! My power!
You're right, technically. One of my party members has not done this yet. Woo. Yeah, Emmett Silk never did this dungeon, obviously. Stand over here. Let's see the rest of Emmett Silk. Hopefully he's calmed down a little. I mean, I don't either, Alex. Alright, so let's see what this gunblade looks like. Interesting. Not sure what I think of that. It is an upgrade, so we'll equip it. Yes, what it looks like is that. Don't think I like that, if I'm being completely honest. It's not bad. Just, you know, a little too flashy. It does look kind of like a Keyblade. It actually looks like a, I forget what it's called. It's like a curving blade mixed with a Keyblade. Is that a kukri? I think it's a kukri, yeah.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. that they might reconsider their chosen course.
Can we stop him before he gets too close to her?
But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing.
No. No.
Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse.
Oh, the Jedi.
One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live.
Oh, that's the Eldar.
Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
to decide our fate, to decree we live or die.
I'm kind of with Emmett Selk on that one, even despite the irony of that sentence.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the Star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Called this a while ago.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
And that's how you leapfrog time travel. I was right.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Your thing, fool. There's one niggle here, and I'm just kind of waiting for it.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
No, we're not actually at the niggle yet.
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
It's interesting to think about this, isn't it? Vana is desperately struggling to stop this. Emet-Selch is desperately struggling to stop this. Hythlodaeus is preparing for when they fail.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Not quite.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emet-Selch.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
As usual, you ask the wrong question. Who cares?
And yet... I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down.
It might even take 12 millennia.
But thanks to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Yeah, the more I see it, the more this is feeling very much like Type 1, which is interesting.
Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Yeah, gotta figure out that echo. That'd be an interesting thing going forward if we just have control of the echo and it doesn't just catch us. You know? No more, whoops, we're in the middle of a battle kind of moments.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
If you've been paying attention, Rax, I haven't been equipping the gear I've gotten out here, which is better than my current gear, so...
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
But yeah, no, exactly. As Reximus says, von Falkenstein. The mere existence of these robes, the very obvious mask, this is a spoiler. It actually bothers me just a little bit that I saw someone wearing this out in the rest of the world. Only the once. The one time. In all the times I've been leveling, all the roulettes, all the roaming towns, I've only seen it once. So that is actually really impressive. Take that as a positive. But I would like to continue that trend.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Well, I guess I could just give that away now. Remember when, I don't know how to pronounce his name, gave us that all the way back in Charlian? I caught that. And that got me thinking. Way back then. And yeah, we saw that with Amon, too. I'm not sure how useful it is going to be with us, but what this means is anyone who dies probably gets the memory block removed from them. Now, I was assuming that was how Venar knew about us, was because Venar dies by becoming the Heart of Hydaelyn. Obviously, that's not what happened. Venar just remembers us because she got out with us. But that makes for some interesting thought process.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I do remember Emmett Selk helping us during the Seat of Sacrifice fight.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Yeah, no, Emmett probably remembered us when we killed him. And that's why he helped us during the Elidibus fight.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
And I always give the same answer. I always will. I'm still typing up my notes and all this nonsense because holy crap. Let's get this out of the way first. That cutscene we just saw deserves a cutscene incompetence negative. And there's no arguing me out of this one. Sorry. I mean, you know. Alright, let's just all sit and watch her give her whole report. Just standing there. As she's just like, I'm just gonna give this whole evil report as we're all standing here. And it takes several long minutes for her to slowly turn into the despair creature. And everyone's just standing there. Especially, it's made even worse because her transformation is gradual, which is something we quite literally have already seen. So, even if the others don't know what that means, we do. So, no, cutscene incompetence. Be grateful I'm only giving one negative. It's stupid. So, having said all that... yeah, sure, go ahead. What do we got here? A Reaper weapon. I think I've seen that one. Yeah, cutscene incompetence sets into motion the entire game. Go figure. It truly is our one weakness. Yeah, the second half is fine. We're chained up. And in fact, I was actually paying attention for the second half of the cutscene and prepared to give a second cutscene incompetence negative, but there actually wasn't one. After she shifted and after we started dealing with it, you know, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, we're chained. How the hell? Okay, look, right? And then... it's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see it there. But anyway, so, you know, okay, so cutscene incompetence, but then the last part, it was actually very well constructed, which is just weird when you think about it. That is amusing. Now, I'm not going to explain the cutscene positives, because no one's going to argue those. Nobody cares if I give positives. In fact, if you're paying attention, I've already typed up my notes on the 2 positives I gave that cutscene. You feeling it all recovered? I understand your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelekis. He poured much of himself into Medion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he never had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, Matea would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Yeah, the whole Elpis arc is an enormous quantity of positives. And you're probably thinking, just give me a number. I don't know how many. I haven't codified these into a positive bundle yet. I just have a paragraph of notes, which I'm still part and parceling a little bit. This has been an excellent sequence of events, and frankly, only has a couple of little interruptions here and there. It's also surprisingly well constructed, just overall. It is very rare, no offense, it is very rare that the plot of a Final Fantasy game is one of its highlights, but this is an actually really well constructed plot. And that's impressive, to be blunt. Most of the times, especially in FF games, the plot takes a back seat to other things. Themes, characters, you know, world building, arcs. Laura, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus they have been deceived. No, we must ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Let's walk together once more. We'll see you to the doors of the Proptheon. So, I do blame Hermes. He is an idiot. By the way, the name of this quest is Thou Must Live, Die, and Know. And I have been paying attention, yes. Sorry. I haven't been calling it out loud because I've been a little swept into it. My apologies. Mea culpa. But, yeah. Poor Vana. Yeah, she gets to just deal with this. How's that for a burden? That's also very Greek, by the way. Knowing the truth and not being able to expound upon it. Having to suffer the burdens. You know? Oh god, what's the dude who's pushing the stone up the hill? I can't think of his damn name, because I can't think of his name right now. Sisyphus. Or Sisyphus. I'm saying that right. Yeah, the burden. I don't know what other word to use. Greeks. Anybody who studied Greek mythos and Greek storytelling knows that they work. I wasn't even going to mention Damocles. They really love the burden concept. They really love, this is what you must endure. And that fits very much with what's going on here. Oh my god, it's him itself. Except female and extremely sexy. Yeah, it could also be Tantalus, yeah. Again, burdens. Just, I look forward to coming back and doing all these side quests on camera. Don't worry. But yeah, we're gonna wait on that. We'll come back when we have flying, or miraculously we'll get flying on camera. Your time of this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I think we have time. Although I am going to take a brief breather. How's my... Yeah, okay. I got a little bit of water. I'll be right back.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Unfortunately, I am entirely too smart to say maybe I should stay. So this is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant.
We will.
Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready, From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold.
Suggestion from the back. Go look up a Zem. Or whatever his name is right now. Actually, I was thinking about that too, Rex. And I hate to keep bringing it up, but Omega's people are still kind of untied up in the background. We know Omega's people have hit planets, plural. And we know that they have been around since somewhere around this era. Let me talk about this way, because I don't feel this is spoilers or anything, because honestly, I don't think they're even going to acknowledge this. Look at the timeline for a second, okay? Imagine this right here is the original Final Days. And so then all the stuff happens, and the war happens, and it gets sharded, and it gets split. So we also know that Midgar Sormer shows up somewhere around here after the split, right? The reason this is relevant is because Midgar Sormer has been traveling through space. Space travel takes a while. That's relevant because it means it's actually very likely that Midgar Sormer started his travel over here before the Final Days, before the finding of this report. It is, in short, very likely that Midgar Sormer has already seen some of the exact same things that Medion saw. The dead worlds. That this is why he chose here. The one planet that was doing okay, the one planet that radiated hope, as opposed to the other ones that were dead or dying. I bring this up because for the longest time I have assumed that the despair wave was causing the death of worlds, and that's why he chose here. As opposed to the other worlds caused the despair wave, which is why he did there. It's inverted. And of course, this, I hate to bring this up, but this once again ties into the overall theme. One person saw dead worlds and kept going, and one saw dead worlds and gave up. I think that counts, by the way.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
I mean, it does make sense. Midgar Sormer probably has a lot more willpower to resist that than, you know, Medion. And I hate to bring this up yet again, but we also resisted that, if you were paying attention. I'm not saying that to buff us up. I'm just saying it is possible to resist despair. Of course it is. We see that every time we see someone not turning back in the present on the source. So, one other thought, super quick. You remember that day we were discussing the next expansion and just kind of spitballing, and we spent a few hours just discussing what we do with it? We came up with an idea about combining FFs 8, 9, and 10 thematically into the expansion. If you remember, the big idea I kept pushing that entire discussion was the idea that the Terrans from FF9 were the big villains of the next arc, like the multi-expansion arc. Replace Terrans with Omega's people.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation.
Yeah.
Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
Which, frankly, we've already done. And by we, I mean everyone other than me. I didn't do that. Also, I'm just saying, I hope we get more Matsya in the future, in future expansion. I hope he's not an NPC we abandon, put simply.
And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us.
Also, I'm just going to jump in here. Emmett Selk, who was unsundered, saw the state of the people after the sundering and was just like, oh my god, this is horrifying. I have a really strong feeling that part of the way Vana was able to avoid the same horror was because she had personally met us.
You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
No, Valvedrix.
Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
I have more trust in Vana than I do Hydaelyn, but there is a distinction that needs to be made. I don't know, I like Despair Wave. It's very accurate. There's something niggling at the back of my mind. I'm not going to say it out loud, but there's another thread there. I do actually remember that scion. And yeah, someone mentioned earlier as well the idea that bards, in addition to dancers, work with dynamis.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
There's the final days. Interesting. And I will admit, unexpected.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old.
Good old days.
Days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
On the plus side, the Allagons have finally done something good in, their lives. I have no idea what you're on about, Mr. Red. So I'm afraid that you are either incorrect or I'm missing something. Pause number 73. Oh, gotcha. Alright. Yeah, I thought you meant I put it in the negative category, and I double-checked and then triple-checked and disagreed with you. For obvious reasons. No. Yeah, no. I noticed the 7 cracks almost immediately. And the comparison between her and... comparison's the wrong word. The overlay of her and us and Emmett Selk is certainly interesting, since it's pretty much the exact same thing. Yeah, sure, we were fighting to kill a bad guy who was trying to kill us, but what were we actually doing during the Emmett Selk fight? We were trying to prove that we had the right to live. That he was wrong. Or, more accurately, that he was right. As I said during the final fight when we did that just a couple weeks ago, we proved him right. And yeah, suffering is not good. Anybody who says otherwise is, and I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, an idiot. Suffering is not good. Suffering is. Hello, Tataro. You have an act for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Well, I am a time traveler now. So... I've been to time, yo. Heard you were often the first as part of your efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case while you're away, we've had some developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. So you've learned a lot more of the final days? Quite a bit, yes. Well, the journey will be well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be of great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time in the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the when and the why of it, Alizé and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Emeneus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Garaha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast and only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It's an accomplishment worth celebrating, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea to no avail. Yeah. As for Totaro and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we've gathered, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. A lunar whale, as it were. An ambitious project that's been likely years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've no sign of it thus far, we suspect it's still incomplete. We also recall the proposal issued by Master Jackass to the people at Radzat Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but here's where things get strange. Apparently the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their ship. Therefore, to ensure safe passage for the Hannes refugees to the Tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estinian, and Garaha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, capital is hardly the safest place to begin with, now. The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were set to rendezvous with Master Jackass. Then panic broke out and our communications severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link channel went silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Lar. Please, you must help them. Yeah, I have a lot to share. A lot of extremely relevant information to share. And we probably need to get on that immediately. I'll be sure to let Thancred and Y'shtola know you're back. At least they're still responding to link pearls. Yeah, tell them I know many things. Way, way too many things. Okay. On departing for the Magna Glacius, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these sequences in their entirety. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. You'll be able to try again at the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with guests or log out from the game, progress will be lost. Earlier, on the Magna Glaciers,
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same room we fled.
that's how ghosts happen.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Yeah, by the way, that's a good example of someone with high int and low charisma. Low wisdom, too, but still.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. So there's this despair way of blanketing the planet. Let's go to the most horrifically horrible place on said planet. Oh, that's a weird button layout.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
It's got a teleporter, that's true.
Leave it to me.
Possible. I'm not even gonna mention the reality of the fact that time was passing while we were in the past. Let's just ignore that for a minute. It's a whole other headache that I don't want to deal with right now.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now.
Actually, I could explain it easily, and it still makes sense. Think about the time passed as reaching the time portal, not using it. Or, phrased differently, we probably came back the moment we left the time portal. But, we still had to go to the first, walk around there, and then come back from the first. So there you go, there's your time gap. Hey, it's the ranged thing. Good thing I'm a ranged character to fight this flying mob. These flying mobs exist in this game. That's even worse answer. They were just hanging out on the floor. RPG comas. They're the worst. Okay. Oh god, yeah, okay. That's just where we're at. That's just where we're at. Trying to get the hang of those things. Yeah, stay alive, Rax. God. This is a Tuesday for me, really. Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying, Rax, is that you like to take lots and lots of damage sometimes. Now, what this reminds me of, though, all joking aside, is every time a DPS has aggro, in any MMO, because speaking as someone who has mained healer for literally in the decade range, it just literally feels different to be trying to keep a DPS up while tanking than keeping a tank up. Any DPS. It's just, oh god, this and this, and I mean this sincerely. The equation's different. There's no I can afford to do a greater heal. There's no I can take my time to layer hots. You know, I have to really think about how to throughput as much healing as possible in order to keep the DPS up during that kind of thing, right? Like that time Rax used that limit break. No, I'm joking.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
It's catastrophe.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
How does it feel? How does it feel to defend people?
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid. For once.
Once counts.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight!
And...
repay your salvation in kind, or with better!
And they brought armor.
Garlemald has her pride!
And we've been making fun of Magitek armor since the 40s range. But as we've already established in this very expansion, for most things, a Magitek armor is a pretty high tier enemy. Right? Like, those are a substantial force multiplier. And I do actually remember that, Rax.
Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
You're welcome.
Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Stop limit breaking, Ellie's like, God.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Yeah, nobody speak my name.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
I mean, she's a red mage.
Now, let's go!
But she's also a pretty classical DPS. She's actually more hyper-specialized than most of the Scions, if you pay attention. She can heal, but that's really not what she does. So, let's take a look. Okay. Aging some HP here. Oh no, yeah, she is totally the kind of person who'd become a red mage and never really heal in combat. That's just her style. I am guessing, by the way, that each of these is a checkpoint. I mean, I don't plan to die, but you never know. I am terrible. But no, you'll notice this is not designed to be a challenge gameplay-wise, unlike much of what we've just done, including the dungeon, the fight with Vana. This is a victory lap. You'll notice that it's designed to be relatively easy, gameplay-wise, so that it can be a victory lap. That's not a complaint, by the way. That's just an observation.
I'm fine.
Also, just to continue the parallels between Alphino and Alisaie, she's the deeps, he's the healer. Yeah, she's also red and he's blue, to go back to the Oni concept.
Not today.
Listen, Garaha's kind of new at this, okay? Yeah, he's used to just kind of curb stomping everything in his path. That is a good question, Ruth. I suppose the same thing could be asked of FF10, which is another game where people become monsters.
I'm not done yet.
Yeah, they seem to transform in whatever ways. I thought there was a bit of a pattern to it. But I have since been proven wrong about that. So, shrug.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
They say, turnabout's fair play.
Hang on. I want to finish my combo first. Because it looks cool! Alright, now we'll do it. I'm ready to be blinded. Or not. She has her own limit break. Look at that. Red Mage LB. Ah! That is a much cooler Red Mage LB if we were going to go with that.
Not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Yeah.
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
You're welcome.
I remember you. From Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
No, she can heal. I mean, if nothing else, she's been our point person for the tempering healing. But again, that gets across the point. She rarely heals. So this should be... Ah, Garaha took the moment from us.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
He's not a madman, he's just an idiot. An extraordinarily negligent idiot.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less.
Fair, Alex.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Yeah, sorry, I was walking. Enemy power-up detected.
Oh.
The third option is, this is precisely why you should never skip your squat regime. A regimen. You did good, kiddo. No. I gotta tell my niece that she did good.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
I've got a lot to share with you, but let's wrap up the immediacy first, shall we?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Yeah, like I said, Alex, I wanted to tell her I was proud of her, because I am.
Oh, trio for the ages!
It's okay, I'm a gunbreaker. We got this. Also, I think Garaha is healing. Yeah, he is. I should probably put on tank stance, though.
Just the beginning.
We killed it. Ah! I was gonna say, we killed it!
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
And thank you, Chris Vilker, very much for the sub. If you happen to know where you want that to go, do please let me know. this is a really minor thing, but another thing I would love for them to steal from WoW is make it so that NPCs and trusts are in the party window.
On your feet.
Sorry, you know what I meant. You know what I meant. This stuff. Because, yeah, you're right. Obviously, trusts are there. I literally just saw that. But yeah, NPCs and solo dudes. That's what I meant. In terminology, these would actually be scenarios. Yeah, it's basically all the reasons. It makes it easier to see who's what and where, see their buffs, see their debuffs. It makes it much easier for mouse healing. Makes it easier for targeting in general. Because FF14 has a thing where, like, I can't target Garaha right now because he's behind an enemy. But I could target him if I had his window up in the upper left. Just stuff like that. It just makes it smoother overall from a gameplay perspective.
Now, where were
I actually don't know how hard this fight is for anyone else, because I'm a tank who is technically a DPS. I'm a red tank. Okay. I was wondering, because, again, this feels like a victory lap in construction. This does not feel like something that's intended to be a challenge. It's intended to be a, alright, you've earned this moment, right? I've said it before and I've said it again. Victory laps are a good idea for gameplay.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon.
Really, I'm pretty sure that vessel's going to go somewhere else, but let's not get into that right now.
Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
He's still a jackass, by the way. But at least he cares. Better than nothing.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
I don't mean to be the dick here, but we don't have time for this. We need to talk.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
By the way, random commentary. Do you notice how hope is consistently portrayed crystalline? And despair is consistently organic? Random thought.
Xenos! You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Alright. This is your big chance to salvage this character for me, game. Right here.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern.
For 3 expansions.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You.
No.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
About. That's the second time Alize has mentioned to reach out to one of the Varus clan. The Galvos clan. I would say he suffers from being unsatisfied. Being alone just happens to dovetail into that.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
Yeah, can we talk now?
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Yeah, all this was caused by an idiot. A negligent idiot.
He'll be off to your seat on the forum next.
His expression. Just saying, it's popular vote. Although we didn't figure out what type of vote, but you know. Whoop, whoop. Ah, whatever. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things are looking bleak until you and the First turned up. Though there will be a time to discuss your journey to the First, there's one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? She says to stop working yourself too hard. Also, they say to stop working yourself too hard. They both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange they would express such similar sentiments. Identical, in fact, but their advice is duly noted. That the final days should manifest here, too, after all these people have suffered, is cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there's yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since last we spoke. For some time, I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. I'm in 2. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I never might be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. That's all good. Noveria is kind of a rough planet. This is the contingent space of operations, I take it. I do remember when I disliked Julius. It lasted about 5 seconds. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but it really wasn't all that long. It took until we started escorting him here. And the escort mission, they already started fleshing him out a bit, and never really stopped. To see Xeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, God, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted the first thing that came to mind, but looking back at it, I stand by those words. Again, you literally did that to his dad at one point, and it also caught his attention. Yeah, if I was to refer to it as something, I'd call it the Midna effect. The slow and gradual shift from, ugh, to, I will do anything for this character. I would say I hope I don't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I don't even remember what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. And yeah, I'd be lying if I said that that scene isn't kind of what I've been saying since Stormblood. I know several people have pointed that out, but it bears repeating that I was, I don't want to say idly, but I was just kind of idly talking in chat as we were going through Stormblood from ideas that came to me off the top of my head of how I would repurpose Xenos' position in the narrative. Rather than making him the primary antagonist of Stormblood, turning into something like this. So, here we are. One moment, please. So can we please talk about things? We've learned a lot.
No major injuries then. Good.
Like, we've learned all the things.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur.
Ah, the adults are talking.
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Which I have, and you don't.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Have you looked up lately, Julius? Or Euless?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions.
Seriously, look up.
Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Ironically, you absolutely do need to alter your course, but not for reasons he knows.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
We really...
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
No.
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you... Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
Yeah, comment from the back. His swear doesn't apply to me, right?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
I didn't... Oh, God, where do I begin? So I'm at, Heidelin.
Did you hear something just now?
God, she's got to be trying so hard to make that happen.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
What? Okay, that is not even close to what I was expecting.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Oriange, we need to talk.
To this bitter climb bring warmth and comfort.
We really need to talk.
"'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above."
Oh my god! Sorry, yeah, I'm just... This is growing... It's not actually a big deal. It's just one of those things where it's growing slowly more frustrating how much I'm not able to tell people that I went to the past and talked to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus and Hermes and Medion. I mean, Lavos. Like, just listen. God damn it. I need people who are smarter than me to listen to what I just talked to and about. We need to figure this out. I'm not fanboying. I have intel. I have critical intel. Thank you, Evo, very, very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. I will put that towards Pathfinder. Wrath of the Righteous. And per your request, I will not bow. Only because you asked nicely. It is still on the list. I mean, it was a great section. But I'm not, like, legitimately, the problem here, the thing that's making me, like, slowly more and more frustrated, is that I want to tell these people so they can figure this crap out. Like, come here, I just feel like grabbing Urianger's ears, and grabbing Ishtola's ears, and grabbing Kryle's hat ears, and just being like, look, okay, everyone just sit right here. Okay, listen. End of days. Medion. Lavos, let's go.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then
allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
And actually, yeah. So we've got the Loporits, and we've got... Damn it, Lunairith, why not? I need to save the world. You can have comedy later.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetherius. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
Oh my god. And yeah, I imagine Loporits taste like rabbit. With a hint of carrot.
And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
We've got... Look, I'm a culinarian.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
Well, as it happens, I've got some life-saving, critical, probably universe-saving, if I'm understanding this correctly, intel that I need to share.
We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
Can I go ahead and say, by the way, if I haven't made this opinion clear, that I love the Loporit a lot?
Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Meanwhile, Urianger has actually frozen to death.
Forgive me, but are they...
Yes.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last.
And yeah, I've been wondering for a while.
Hydalin's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I've been quietly wondering how much the Forum knew about their collaborators. Because it was kind of an unspoken thing, and it's possible they might have known. But no.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Mayeth. Our options are good to haveth you back, or may thy disciples banish this darkest of nights, which I will pick.
I am no esteemed philosopher of eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all.
Speaking of esteemed philosophers of old,
Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Speaking of my wisdom, I'm just going to try to force this segue in here somewhere.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Speaking of...
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you report the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Yep, nope, it's been too long. My memory's not that good. Brain gone. Actually, if you think about it, bragging about meeting Emmett Selk is probably a really stupid thing to do under these circumstances. Like, you know, you got to meet and befriend Emmett Selk. And then the world exploded. I dare say Master Jackass was as nonplussed as we to discover the identity of Hydalin's lunar custodians, as he will soon discover they have much and more to offer the Forum. But I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may have yet time to discuss thy recent adventures. Yes, please! Oh my god! Talk! Chair go! Speak on! Vocalization engaged. You know what? This is probably faster. You know what? That's actually fair. Salvatrix. He would do that. That's a good question, Kira White Noise. And thank you, Von Falkenstein. As always. Listen, Blade Triple. If you know what you want to put that towards Von Falkenstein, do please let me know. Please tell me this is going to be an explain. Maybe even a third explain. What's your backup on Falkenstein? Okay, so Open, XCOM, Extended is the game, and specifically the campaigns are UFO and TFTD, which is Terrors from the Deep, right? Not that I'm complaining, but I was unexpected to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did inadvertently awaken the Loporrits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Speaking of our beloved star's demise, Graal says, have you obtained new knowledge? Yes! God, yes! Just tell them! Just tell them! Open your goddamn mouth! Ah, okay, this is it. Explain, explain, explain. Oh, we did it. We made it. Oh, didn't think I was going to survive. No! My reward is this song? Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion. To channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of the ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. So yeah, Medion, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilization she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Atheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. Nope, it's something we can go reach out to. We have one aim, to defeat Medion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Medion, and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, finally... Hang on. Sorry. It took all that time for my iTunes to load. I apologize. It's been really slow about loading lately. I need to look into that. No. What's a good song for this? Actually, no, a good song, but I can't find it. It should be right there. Why isn't it there? Alright, fine. Find it the other way. Here. Vanquish Medion, and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Medion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume our Hydaelyn and Vana you met in Elpis are one of the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Atheris, not stay. Or, do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Medion? No. Abso-frickin-lutely not. And I'm running around, so in this mission, what happened is Emmett Salk was over here, and then he went back over here. That's my impression, too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for a will or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question, which, frankly, we've been giving over the last few days. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Medion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Communing with Hydaelyn must, by necessity, come first. Did you and Master Matoy have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of our involved and the other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instruction from Heidelin. I told you, Ventures, you didn't believe me. If so, it would be most likely to come in some form of an apparatus for observing the ethereal sea. Whoops! Built close to home. Sorry. Get Greek! I'm gonna get Greek right now. Good idea. We've just received word from the Forum. The Empire cometh! Your presence is required on the roster where we discuss the Great Exodus. Yeah, so anyways. Then Father was able to persuade them. I don't know if I call that persuading. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's see what they have to say. I'm just gonna leave that ready to go, because I'm tired of hearing that song. So I'm never gonna hear it again. That's not happening. Ever since Rax told me that I could do that with chat commands, I can do that in mid-cutscene now. Thank you for that info, by the way, Rax. Because I didn't know about that. Yeah, /BGM. Here, watch. What's funny is WoW has this too. I just assumed FF14 didn't because, I mean, spaghetti code, right? No offense, but spaghetti code, you know? Okay. Sorry, give me one moment. I am ordering Greek, like right frickety now. Yeah, in WoW, it's actually something you can keybind, which you can also do in mid-cutscene. There's a Control-S and a Control-W or Control-M or something similar. I've rebound it all, because of course I have. Let's see here. Okay, so they've got... What do we got? What do we got? I'm getting some Dolmatis, obviously. Duh. I'll get some baklava, too. See if it's any good. Gotta try some french fries. Very important. Always get french fries at a Greek restaurant. I don't like tzatziki, so... Although I'm gonna try their tzatziki, if I can. Okay, so what do we got here? Where's our... What do we got here? What do we got here? Doesn't see what's on it. Do they have tzatziki as an a la carte? Looks like they do not. That's okay, that's okay. I don't want a salad. I'm not in the mood for a salad. They've got a kebab plate, which... What do we got here? It doesn't say what it comes with. Oh, it comes with rice. Oh, sure, we'll get a kebab plate. What I really want right now is the most basic of things. I just want a straight old-fashioned gyro. And some dolmatis. So here we go, gyro. Perfect. None of these say they have tzatziki. So, we've actually talked about this before, Rex. I've never gotten tzatziki that has what I would consider flavor. It mostly just tastes like, you know, yogurt or cream cheese or whatever. No, they're pronounced gyro, obviously, Mr. Ed. I'm not making fun. I'm not starting a pronunciation thing. I'm just... I poke. Alright, let's do it. So, nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. I don't know. Do you think I should get some falafel, too? I mean, I've been hungry for Greek for like 3 days, Scion. And I will admit, one of those weird things I've learned in my life is that if I have a craving for a specific food and the luxury to get it, I should indulge. Emphasis on the luxury part, because I often don't. Or, and I don't mean to sound depressing, but for huge portions of my life, I have been in a period of my life where I've craved X, Y, or Z. And that sucks, because there was nothing I could do about it. I either didn't have the money, didn't have the access, or didn't have the anything. So I tend to indulge in food when I can. The awful falafel, I became unlawfully awful. Ah, FF7. Alright, so. Yep, order in. Looks like it should be coming right about when lunchtime. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off when the food shows up. How's that sound? Or earlier, depending on how cutscenes go. Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Maverick. There's another thing I've learned. Okay, this also sounds depressing, but I don't mean it as one. One of the things I've learned over the years is that sometimes the stuff you have access to, you don't have access to anymore. Now, I know what you're saying. Duh. But what I mean by that is I have seen flavors of food and drinks go away. I've seen restaurants go away. I've seen items on menus go away. And sometimes you move, like me, every year and a half or whatever we're at this point. And yeah, my seltzer water, I don't know if I've actually mentioned this, I've had to shift seltzer waters again because they've stopped carrying Polar, which was my preferred brand, and so I've had to find another brand in order to do that, and so forth and so on. So yeah, no, really stupid, life advice or whatever from me. If there's something you like, enjoy it while you got it, because it might not always be there. Don't presume, don't presume it's going to keep being there. Enjoy it while you have it, which is ironically pretty relevant for the game I'm playing right now. Now, don't overdo it. That's the opposite problem. Overdoing it just diminishes it and is arguably wasteful and is probably very unhealthy. Never mind wasteful and expensive. Expensive. But there is a middle ground. I know fiction in real life tends to pretend that there's two extremes, but there's a space in here. I swear, I've been to space, yo. Okay, trust me, it's right here, right in the middle. 'Twas Heidelin's commandment that in the event Zodiarch should perish, the Loporrits were to deliver the people of Atheros from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possessed knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to aid our efforts to reach Medion, we should do well to heed their counsel. Yeah, where's Mapping Way? What I miss most, and they brought it back, Death Eagle, so that's cool. But what I miss most is Jack in the Box's teriyaki bowls. It's so simple. Grilled chicken, teriyaki, rice. And that's it! That's all it is! But it's a good combo. And yeah, pho. There was this really good pho place. This would have been 2 places I lived at ago. It was just this hole-in-the-wall place that my sister and I would go to, and Sis knows exactly how I like it. I don't even know how I like it. She does it very specifically. She adds a specific mix of stuff, and it's amazeballs. I guess I would say it was amazeballs. I'll probably never have it again. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed with the great work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death. Others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it's our right to choose, and I agree with that sentence. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts in the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for, though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal. There's only one way to find out. Oh man, I haven't been back to Boulder since I left there, but hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. I wonder how big the town's gotten. It was kind of a dinky town when I lived there. The roster reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. Yeah, that's another thing. Again, I'm not trying to be negative or grousy, but I used to love mango limeades. And ever since the issues began with my throat, which is a long time ago at this point, I have to be really careful with it. Certain things I can't eat or drink, and if I have anything sweet, I have to almost immediately have something else to recover from the sweetness. Otherwise, it will actually cause lesions, and it'll just sit there and hurt on my throat. So certain drinks I don't drink anymore, like rather acidic drinks like limeades. Master Matoya suspected for some time the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as a custodian of the anti-tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she had a few things to say about that. Nothing should be repeated in polite company. You understand. After sending Graha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Aminaeus for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul to the distant past. The feats you witnessed and helped shape may hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of a dear friend in a future I unmade, hey, Type 2, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral Calamity averted. In this timeline, at least. No! Type 3! Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Atheros now. Ironically, my tolerance for spicy food has actually gone up ever since my throat issues. I've been told some people, like, you get older and your tolerance for spice goes down. I have not had that problem. Which I am quite grateful for, I might add. You want me to leave my weapons outside? I'm not physically capable of unequipping my weapons. Yeah, no, I kind of caught that, right? I was thinking about that earlier. I am glad we did it when we did, though. And I mean that. And I'm sorry, Evo. I don't know what else to add to that, but I am sorry. So, I've been to the past and space. I haven't been to the afterlife yet. In this setting.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
You see, I've been adopted by the Warrior of Light.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Yeah, no, the pacing has been very deliberate so far, in both a good and a bad way. Mostly good, I would say. You know, it occurs to me, even if the Forum denounces us, we could just go to the Loperates and be like, hey, so, mapping way?
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
And thank you, Valeria. That's worth.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
Listen, you really don't need to be licking my boots right now. We got more important things to talk about.
As an expression of our gratitude, We will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
You know, I'd like to say this sounds all organized, but I've seen your work in practice, and if we didn't go there first, y'all be screwed.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
That's a no.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
I was about to say, I bet you money the Garleans and the Beastmen were the ones that were being discontinued or removed from the list.
This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
Question from the back. Could it go to the ends of the universe?
However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Y'all really did suck at everything, didn't you?
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
Then just send the snowtroopers active. Problem. We already know that there's actually very little ether in space. Where are you getting your fuel for long journeys?
Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
Yeah, that's another thing. Sid, we need a space airship.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Also, if you don't approve, we're just gonna steal the ship. And, you know, get it that way.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
I'm gonna be slightly upset if we don't get Sid involved in this. He's been so relegated to non-MSQ stuff for so long. This is a perfect time to call upon Sid and Nero. They invented a computer.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
That's true, they invented a coffee machine, y'all. A good one, apparently. I noticed Astroguy didn't raise his hand.
In favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good spread in our favor. And anybody who knows anything about convincing a group of people towards anything knows that if you get what is effectively 71% on your side, you're doing really well.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Yeah, by the way, he didn't raise his hand.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but I have no mind to look for them. But contemplating that possibility only further wounds my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, which is also a giant ship, and use that to travel to another planet. Even now, the whole idea seems absurd when spoken out loud. Of late, I see no sign of the Loperates. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Yeah, speaking of which, I have a feeling some side quests have just popped up for... There it is! For the love of pudding! Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps if Midgar Sormer were still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference in the matter. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more do I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observational celestial bodies, such as sun and moon, but by your account, it's unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vana knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I'm a little vexed we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I expect in time they'll share that with us too, and Master Matoya if they've any sense. I'll admit bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What's even more surprising was they took Alphino up on his offer. Let's see him. Well, I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when. They're not wrong from wanting to minimize potential conflict. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Yeah, Migdasorma wakes up 3 millennia from now. What? Where is everybody? Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spur of the moment I saw our objectives with involving our objectives with the completion of the arc as a way forward to both simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. To Sid! To Sid? To Sid? Instructed, I should take you to the Ether Burner. Okay. So the ark's being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising, where else could he conceal such a massive undertaking? I just need to be like, hey Sid, someone just died, and he just pops in screaming. Alright, back down to here. I was about to say, this is the most likely zone for us to hit next. They've followed the same pattern as Shadow. Each zone we hit twice. There's kind of an initial foray, and then there's a follow-through foray. And we actually already did our follow-through foray in Thavnir, and arguably in Garlemald. So, you know. Oh yeah, speaking of which, gotta have my own music ready. Oh, not yet, not yet, not yet. I am at T-minus 30 minutes before delicious Greek food is mine. Do they intend to carry everything to the Arcane to the moon? They said they'd start loading scientific records and biological samples, but they really need all of it? Seems so long ago we first set foot in here. So I've actually been mentioning that this whole time to Koida, although with inaccurate information. So I'll go ahead and talk about that for just a sec. One of the things I've mentioned several times is if the despair wave is just hitting everything, and if Lavos is real, then moving to another planet doesn't fix anything. At best, it kicks the problem down the road a little bit. And at worst, we are now in a much worse state to actually deal with it because we have nothing, you know, we're in refugee status, and now we have to deal with that. So yeah, this is very, very much a, you know, and I agree with this. It is a last-ditch effort, but it is the last-ditch effort. It is most likely a failed attempt. I agree. We need to actually reach and defeat Medion. So yeah, no. I was unfortunately correct. Well, we once were refused entry, we're now welcomed as guests. How apropos. Among many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loporrits did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. Y'all done screwed up. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. It's been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As fast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. Hey, this NPC's broken. Bonk, bonk. So that's one. Bonk. Headbutts. Our destination lies at the lower levels. The Forum in its wisdom has granted you access to the lift. Step aside and have her take you to the medieval circuit. Yeah, forgive me for quoting myself from the Westfall video, but if we did make the moon thing happen and somehow didn't succumb to despair during the journey, we would have all the problems of the old further burdened by the problems of the new. Zero doubt, Alex. There's got to be some politicking going around here. Like, yeah. Hey, it's that song again. I've sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of the Mariel Agronomics. Oh my god. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... never mind. Yeah, we'd be playing on Mars on maximum difficulty, on top of everything else. Like, again, this is... I'm not saying we shouldn't, believe it or not. I'm just saying that it really should be the no really last option. In fact, to be perfectly blunt, like, let's assume that we failed to defeat Medion, I wouldn't go on the ship. I would probably be... Someone could convince me to go on the ship, but I probably would not bother. It's like, yep, no. There's no frickin' point. And then I would give in to despair. No, I wouldn't. But... Thank God, you know? What I'm trying to say is, you've been giving me two no-win scenarios. Go on the ship, or stay here with the others who are left here. Because remember, they're not evacuating everybody. So, which would you pick? In fact, I'm going to go and ask that. Pretend you're your character. Or maybe you could just answer for your character if you have a separate mentality for them. Would your character stay here to help, or go with the ship to help? To be clear, and I phrase it that way because both ways would be trying to help. Both ways would be endeavoring to make things better. It's just in different directions and with different problems to face. I wonder what this place is actually for. Oh. Further underground we go, the more surprises we find. Yeah, I went to the past. No, it makes perfect sense, Rex. Like that's why I asked it that way. As I've said before, I tend to think of that as me. So I tend to play Lore Runner as me. But, you know, if this was, to use a random example, if this was Dying Scream, she is not me, obviously. So, knowing the Forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. The fields we passed along the way bring back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. Must be close to the central circuit, which is where Charlene's greatest secrets are held, if the tomes I peruse tell the whole story. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to my eye. So, how's your diet been the last few days, Urianger? Oh my god, Estamine. That's horrible. Also probably the only good use of that meme I've ever seen. We're here to wait. We are to wait here until Father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. You know what really messes me up? I kept referring to Lavos, but it was originally a joke. And then as we played through Shadowbringers and as we played through Endwalker, it became more and more likely that there was a Lavos entity, right? That there was something out there that was filling the same narrative slot as Lavos. And now it's like, hey, it's Medion. And then I think you mentioned this earlier, Rex, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that we haven't actually removed Lavos from the board. Because Lavos could still be a why, or perhaps a how. Like, there's a lot of crap out there. Yeah, it could still, a lot of this crap could still be caused by Lavos. So that's a fun thought. And if we really want to go with it, what if this version of Lavos, because it's always interpretive, right, isn't our Lavos? Of course, it's not the Chrono Trigger Lavos. But what if it's something that the Omega's people built? Anyways, by manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for growth and preservation of biological samples. Yeah, exactly, Rex. I do have to admit, I'm a little bit surprised by that FML work, because I was thinking they were mutually exclusive theories. I agree, Omega Legion. They need to leave some dangling here. And they've actually left a lot of dangling if you were paying attention in the past. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Father brought me here as a child. It could actually also literally be Chrono Trigger Lavos. They usually don't make things canon, but they can. Like, there's nothing preventing them from making Chrono Trigger continuity with FF14. Anyways, you're the one who left me behind. You went somewhere with Grandfather the night before. I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too eager to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world to grow inured, to the wondrous. I don't recognize the meme template, Scion, but that still amuses me. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, the habitations built for mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits in Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that's not all. It's also a testing ground for technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. I don't get that one, Scion. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Yeah, terraforming. We really are just going to be playing Surviving Mars on hardest difficulty. The last time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, with the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please, such is the will of the Forum. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. I don't know what to make of that one, Velvetrix. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the court circuit. I will admit, it does feel more Gygus, to acknowledge what Trihexy said, sorry. It feels more Gygus than it does Lavos. There are nuanced distinctions between them, which I will not spoil here, because, duh, spoilers. But There are definitely some variations. I saw that one. This is at Central Circuit. We finally might have a chance to commune directly with Hydaelyn, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Hydaelyn's Charlene's finest engineers have failed. Still doesn't hurt to have a look. The sooner we can get a look at this ether burner of theirs, the sooner we can work out how to improve it. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of the Best Ways burrows. Though a diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed. I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. I imagine secrets kept here would be of great benefit to my own research, but I'll refrain from indulging curiosity for the time being. I do, Linnaeus. I have no idea what makes Alphinaud so confident we could solve this problem of theirs. We have Cid! I'm sorry, what? Let's resolve... Oh. A not unwelcome trait in a youth, but no... Okay. Relentless optimism, I presume. A not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Let's resolve never to let him set foot in the Golden Saucer. You're one to talk, Estinian. The further down we travel, the more expensive the sky becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens otherwise could be more idyllic. Please tell me we're almost there. Is there another underground level? The even more central circuit, perhaps? The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Cocol Duncol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I will leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Yeah. A dragon and a couch waiting for me. I'm not sure what to make of that. Down? Down. And yeah, by the way, Cocol? He's the one who made the Excalibur, the ultimate sword. Technically, he makes two of them. There's the one that you get for doing his quest chain, and then there's the one you can get from the extraordinarily rare item on the moon. I think. Either way, he's the guy who forges Excalibur, or whatever it's called. I don't get the first one. Yeah, meanwhile, my delivery's still on its way. I keep waiting for there to be a cutscene warning. In fact, if there's a cutscene coming up, go ahead and warn me, because my food's pretty close. He looks lost in thought, as though he's hit a stumbling block. If only we had a Cid! Negative to gameplay. No Cid. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Loporrits, given their familiarity with such technologies. For a closely guarded secret, you can practically see everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. See you around, Diego. Have a good one. I was expecting the Sky Steel manufactory, but instead I find a village smithy. He hasn't even realized we're here. Maybe he has realized, he just doesn't care. Yeah, that's possible. It's the man we seek. Try not to startle him. Okay.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Cocol, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
Well...
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Yes, I understand what a rocket is, thank you.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
You have to bring adamantite to Kakol.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. I'm sure they'd make it out alive.
So I've been to space and time.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
I like just that casual mention there. Didn't we do that when we were going to defeat Bahamut? I like that. You want me to go fetch the whatsits? The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me. That horrible, horrible fight.
Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... Well...
That's
Put
fine.
that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
It's the only fight that can still kill me at 90.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, If we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
What's all this?
We're going into Dalamud, you idiot.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Yeah, this is kind of being a bit of an Adventures Assemble moment.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal.
We've seen that.
Like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Weird what having allies will do for you. Jackass.
Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
I lean in. This is why your wife left you. Alright. So, good. I was worried I'd have to leave in the middle of that cutscene. My food's almost here, so I'm gonna chop off for lunch. I'll see y'all in about an hour.